And we're live. Live from No Longer Here is named by Soul Vibes. It's the 6th show of the Doing the Time Thing tour, named by Brooms. Hey to Jazzy's here. Typo Queen Rosen. I'm Only Big Child, Staffy, ETC Sim, Pete Mouse, Deckard 4045, Solo of Maz, Blue Tumbleweed in a Mudslide, Soul Vibes, Wow Wow Soda, Toshi, Beauty Makes Me Lose Control, Tunley Brisky Ibrowski, excuse me, Broom 17, and hey to B Dean Cow. How you doing? Oh, it was Jazzy's birthday on Sunday. Happy birthday, Jazzy. Hope you had a nice day and have a incredible year ahead of you. And thanks to Big Child, gifted a sub to Pete Mouse. 39th gifted sub, thank you. And Staffy, 29 month sub. Thank you, Staffy. Yeah, I don't know about this blue, but I have very few shirts, so it's gonna be one I wear for a while, I think. How'd the electrical stuff go? I actually ended up working on other stuff. I mean, I did a little, but I put the electrical box in place. I got some aluminum for the batteries, but yeah, I realized I had other things I had to do that were more time sensitive, like Decide Internet and a bunch of other stuff. So probably tomorrow will be the big electrical day, tomorrow or Thursday. Oops. He says, looks good on you. One of my favorite games called Fallout has that color for jumpsuits. You look here straight out of Vault 69. Let's see. I ordered the internet gear. I ordered one of the cell things, and then I guess later this week I'm gonna sign up for a new phone plan, which will give me a hotspot on the phone, because my current plan is basically no data. So I'm gonna have two phones. I'll have my personal phone on the one that that has my phone number. And then I'll have this other one, business phone, that I'll use for internet. And then I need to go to T-Mobile connection too. But my router should arrive in a few days, and I can start testing. Great empty track. Sorry it was late. I had no MIDI. The keyboard wasn't working. But it was just a restart. That's all that was required. But before I did the restart, I wasted 10 minutes trying to figure out another solution, because I didn't really, I thought it was the cable was loose, or so. Things went pretty fast once I finally restarted. Let's see. Oh, Bert, you're from Daniel Wayne's channel. That's awesome. Yeah, Dan's awesome. Daniel Wayne, old school Twitch. Versus old school Twitch. Yeah. I don't know. He might even be. I think he might have been on even before I was. I'm not sure. I started in fall of 2016. Daniel Wayne continues to stream every day. Yeah. How long are his streams? He said I was one of the original. So maybe I am older than him because I'm not one of the. I think they created the music category in 2016. I think. So there were people there when I arrived, but it was still pretty new. And there have been people who had been streaming just in random, there was no music category, just streamed outside of categories. I think for a little while. But yeah, I think they started creative in summer. I think summer of 2016, and I started a couple. Is that right, or was it in 2015? I don't remember. For an hour to 8 to 10, he's been on 1,700 days. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Makes me feel like a lightweight with my 1,000-something shows. 1,700 days in a row, yeah. Who knows? Maybe once I start him in the van, maybe I'll start doing 7 days a week. Not the music show 7 days. It's too complicated to do 7 days. And it doesn't work. I mean, I would be doing 7 days now if it worked. It just doesn't work. It's counterproductive, unfortunately, for me. Let's see. He says, tell us about the aluminum frame. I'm psyched. My desk concept's gonna work. I was worried I was gonna have to spend more money on this Steel U channel stuff to slide it in, but what I did with just a few pieces works fine. It slides really well. I mean, I think it would slide just the metal, but I just worry it'll scratch it over time, and so what I did is I just put some Velcro, not the finger part. I don't know, the soft part, the cloth, part of Velcro. So it rolls, it slides on that. It's super smooth. It's smooth. I wouldn't say super smooth. I mean, every once in a while it gets a little, if I'm not totally straight on, but yeah, it's gonna work. So that's nice. So that's what I think. What I photographed. I mean, I'm done with the structure for what I'm gonna have for September, beginning of September. So the only big thing left I have to do is the electrical for phase one, and then for 2 weeks I'm gonna just have lots of boxes in the van, and I'll be grumpy. And then mid-September, hopefully within a week, I'm going to give myself a week in the van, just sort of chaos, to make sure that my cabinet plan is going to make sense. I just want to be in the van to sort of experience it. And then I'll order all the aluminum for the cabinets, but that'll take 2 weeks to come. So they'll probably come, middle of September, hopefully. And then, but I'm hoping basically by the end of September we're sort of 80%, 90% of what it's going to ultimately be. I'll put in the fan in early September, and I'll put up the ceiling, and I finally came up with what I'm going to do for the ceiling. Because I don't want to lose any height at all. And I really like the ribs. You know, most people cover up, like I've said before, most people who do their van builds are trying to make it look like a house. And to me, it's like I'm in a van. I'm not trying to hide the fact that I'm in a van. In fact, I want it to be obvious that I'm in a van. You know? So yeah, what I'm going to do is on the ribs, I'm going to run some, because I think the overall look of the van, the way it's ending up, it's going to be, white and aluminum. That's going to be the color scheme, which is a weird color scheme, but whatever. So I'm going to have these aluminum bars, I think, that are going to go the length of the van bolted to the ribs, so very thin aluminum. And then I'm just going to stuff 1/8 inch plywood, and the aluminum will keep it, from falling on my head. But I'm going to have the channels. I'm not going to cover the ribs, because the ribs are really useful. They have holes in them that I can clamp. I can clamp lights to, or I don't know. I don't want to cover up potential clamping areas. So yeah, the ribs will be visible. I had this plan. The van has this what's called a protection package. It's some sort of corrugated plastic that cover the walls. They're sturdy, relatively sturdy plastic things. And my plan was to put wallpaper over them, so I didn't have to create new panels. And I tried to do that. I got the wallpaper, and I did half of one, and it went well. Half of one of the panels, and then I started in the second half, and I was ready to take a sledgehammer to the entire van. It was so frustrating, and I instantly said, forget this plan of the wallpaper. I have no patience for this. So I guess what I'm going to do instead is going to take more time, but be slightly less frustrating. Oh, because I wasted half of the wallpaper just because it's just impossible to work with. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get 1/8 inch plywood and use the plastic as a template. Just use the jigsaw, cut it out, use the same holes that so I don't have to. I'm not going to put up furring strips or anything. I'm just going to use the original holes. So, fall rate. Hey, fall rate 64 months. Fall rate says, speaking of ribs, I'm eating dinner. It's fried fish, but fish have ribs, right? But Muse, could we jump up and down in the van for 5 minutes on a abandoned dimly parking lot as a stress test? We need to see if its frame is sturdy enough. Yeah. I was putting plywood in the van just to keep the electrical box from moving, because I need something temporary, because I don't have all this stuff. Ultimately, the electrical box is gonna have nowhere to go, but I had to do temporary stuff to keep it in place until I get the rest of the framing. Oh, you sent me a DM. Should I play it? I mean, y'all will hear this. Fari sent me something. Let me play it. It's gonna be really loud. Okay, I better turn it down just in case. Fari uses this as an alert.
Yeah.
a guest too. I can't believe it. I had a guest. I had a guitar player guest, and I did that. Oh, my face is so red afterwards too. Oh man. Let's see. How are all your projects going, Farid? Thanks again. Thanks again. I asked Farid a bunch of questions, and Farid helped me out related to van stuff. So some of y'all saw it on Discord, but oh, you've just rebuilt your desk. You know, we were talking last week about how you cannot multi-stream on Twitch, right? And it was funny. It's just a couple days ago. I went to my contract with Twitch as a partner, and as a partner, you couldn't multi-stream. If you were just a non-partner, you could. So I went back to my contract and I read it very carefully, over and over again, the key parts. And after a while, I realized several things. One was that the contract is with me, not with Etc. Kit. So the way it's worded, it was with me, meaning I couldn't multi-stream another channel either, not just Etc. Kit. And then it was worse than that. I realized that in fact, the way it was worded, it was very vague and unclear, but I read it enough times and I realized that from a lawyerly point of view, they were in fact saying you could not live stream anywhere else. At first, it seems like they say you cannot, if you stream on Twitch, you can't put it anywhere else, right? So it was even worse than I thought it was when I talked to y'all a week ago or whatever. It was even worse. It was a worse situation. And I was all ready to end my partnership with Twitch. And then Twitch just announced today that partners now can multi-stream. They can stream on other platforms, but they still cannot multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube, which is the holy grail. I mean, that's, I still am iffy about partnership with that being true, but I can multi-stream onto TikTok and Instagram, and I can stream as I was planning on doing, just stream on YouTube but I just can't multi-stream to both. So it's not all that I wanted, but it's a good, it is good news nonetheless. Pierre, 34-month sub. Thank you, Pierre. Let's see. First request ever. Bert is going to get a drum full of drum loop and a sound. And Solvi's 5th key and 50th request. Big Chow is with a contract while streaming different content on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. I don't know how I could do that. I mean, I couldn't really. You mean like different camera angle? I would that do like a loophole where it's like, hey, it's a side view on YouTube and a front view on Twitch, so it's clear, it's different. It's not the same thing. I don't think that would fly though. Yeah, I don't think that would fly. I mean, this is what if Penguin makes an account just to really rile things up, make Penguin stream in a mask, cover in a box on Twitch, and the other stream on YouTube is stream in the box. Problem solved. Yeah, yeah. I don't think Twitch's lawyers think creatively like you do. I wish they did, but Soul Vibes is 5th key and 50th request, and I think that's yeah. Okay. Drum kit. Varys has heard that was the thing. You couldn't extreme the exact same content. A side view is totally different than that front cam. I think they would argue that the audio, they could argue that the audio is the same, right? I don't know, though. I mean, you know, it's like, I'm small potatoes, so the risk is low for someone like me, but I watched a YouTube video of a streamer who doesn't seem like they're that big. I don't know what their viewership is, but their follower count at least. And they said that they got a letter from Twitch when they tried to do it. So it's not an abstract possibility that something would happen negative. It's mole. Whoa. Okay. It's a little hectic for oh, these are supposed to be up here on this kit. But the Instagram and the TikTok is very helpful, you know, because I was planning on doing this short form content to promote the show, but the biggest problem on those platforms is it's impossible to get people to go from one platform to another. So, you know, if all right, there's our first beat, and then we got Let's Get Wired. Wacky. Big Jazzy used a different audio mix. So the sound of the original show environment. So you mean the original show environment? You mean this sound? That's what every song would sound like. Okay, let's see. Big Jazzy can be mixed in, yeah. I mean, I have a feeling, you know, this is a big deal, actually. You know, I mean, not to minimize this at all. This is a big deal that Twitch has decided to do this. Now, I don't think Twitch is doing it to be altruistic. I think it's probably that Twitch is realized that Twitch is getting hurt by this. But I have a feeling that if they're willing to do this, they're going to eventually decide that people can multi-stream on YouTube as well. Their argument right now is that it doesn't provide a good streaming experience for viewers. Which, yeah, but I don't think that's like, what other instances are there of Twitch actually really caring what viewer experiences are? It depends, you know, channel to channels are totally different. I mean, is the viewing experience going to be better on a channel with like 20 viewers that is multi-streaming and can actually interact with both YouTube and Twitch, or a stream that has 10,000 viewers that's only streaming on Twitch where the streamer doesn't even read a single message, you know? So it doesn't make a lot of sense. But still, it's an improvement. We got Steve. And then very hysterical geckos. And then door opening up. Key volume indicator. Pretty loud machine. So this is probably fear of people using Twitch to promote YouTube. Right, I think it's that Twitch feels like, Twitch feels like YouTube and Facebook are direct competitors. Twitch does not feel like TikTok and Instagram are direct competitors, so they're allowing that. But Twitch is the only social media platform that has locked in partners into exclusivity on a wide scale. I'm sure maybe there's some, superstars that had specialized contracts, but YouTube doesn't stop multi-streaming onto Twitch, neither does Facebook. Doug is here. As far as you're not chatting when you're doing your thing anyway, yeah. He says, what if we get on the road in the van, just go roaming a lot of interstates, pick up hitchhikers at every opportunity, and we ask said hitchhikers to stream with you under your chosen name and let them earn their ride? That would be I think that would be a popular stream. I'm not the person to do it, but I don't think, but picking up hitchhikers, because weren't there those shows? Wasn't there there's those shows where people would be in taxi cabs and they'd be filmed, and then I think at the end of they'd say they wouldn't know they were being filmed, and in the end they probably said, hey, you were filmed, are you willing to sign a release allowing yourself to be on TV? And those are really popular, right? Anyway, I think that could work on Twitch too, but there's, as a streamer, you're responsible for whatever happens on camera, and you're taking a big risk. You don't know what's going to come out of the mouth of a hitchhiker. I mean, it's not that there's anything hitchhikers specifically. You don't know with anybody, right? But at least normally when you have a guest on stream, you have a little bit of an opportunity to vet them. Do light show, yes. It's in this boat. Three-way tie. Break the tie. One of the really nice things about streaming on YouTube is you can basically, you post it as a video before you stream. So you're essentially getting this advertising when people are just browsing on YouTube. Oh, I see they're streaming. I mean, which can be annoying, right? For some people, right? Because oh, I can't actually watch that now. But there's no equivalent to that on Twitch. Only 2 more shows, I think, after today with this setup. 2 more shows. Maybe 1. I might decide just to do 1 more in here. What is it? Is it playing? Is that moving? No. Oh, looks like I started the light show already. If he says you're gonna miss it, are you happy to leave? I don't look backwards. I don't look backwards. Whether it's good or bad, I don't look backwards. I only look forwards. Okay. Here we go. Time to accelerate. I realized it was the wrong drum beats. Did someone tell me that and I just didn't notice? I'm gonna redo those beats because we didn't actually do a beat for Bird Poe. So I'm not gonna beat the hour. I mean, I sort of did and I didn't, right? Oh no, whoops. I know what to do. I'm gonna make the beats as we go. Well, here's Bert's beat. So you can hear it. Okay. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate for real. Still beating the hour. Thanks for those cows. Oh, did Tubi disappear? No. Is Tubi gone? Oh no, Tubi. Okay. He scared me, Jazzy. I was crestfallen. What? Not today of all days. Okay, let's see. Oh, blue name to sound giddy, Dungeon Master. I see, okay. We had follows from Dread Optimist, Streaming Club, Burpo, Yowie Lolly. Thank you. That's a great empty track. I'm okay, thanks, Chills. How are you? I'm so glad I'm using the aluminum and not wood. I mean, there is wood in, there's wood in the van, but oh, I prefer it. I prefer such a good decision. I mean, there's some challenging things with the aluminum. Like you have to plan ahead. You have to, it's not as, but oh man, it's just so strong for the weight. That desk structure is that I posted on Discord. It is so heavy duty, and if you were to use wood that was that size, I would just crash through it. Oh, it's awesome. But with this material, you have to. There are these grooves, but when you join two pieces, right, you lose the grooves, and the grooves are what you use for fasteners. So you sort of have to, and there's special fasteners you can sort of slide in, but I didn't get any of those because I was confident in my abilities to plan ahead. But of course, as I'm constructing, I realize I make little mistakes. So I got to take things apart in order to get the little connectors inside of the channels. But yeah, I love this material. I love it. Meaty says, "Remember me, kid? I was here before you had a van worth of aluminum in your van." Yeah. Oh, Zopav, how are you doing? Thank you so much. I got the hard drive. Thank you so much. Thank you. Zopav got it off of the wish list, which there's a few things on there that would be awesome to have for the van. Survival things like a toilet seat and for a bucket and a fire extinguisher in case I wire my van wrong. What else? Trying to, off the top of my head, there's two other things. I think two other things. Well, there's a combined fire CO2 detector. Is there a wish list command? I don't remember. Is there? Yes, there is. The thing about the wish list is that if you do get something, thank you in advance. Let me know, because Amazon doesn't always include that they sometimes they put a slip in of the person who got it, sometimes they don't. So I've gotten a few things I had no idea who to thank. So because there's no way on my account to see who got it, I don't think, or at least I don't know how to do that. I haven't figured it out. Okay, titles. Card cracking with Robotic Grunge Lemonade. Bird Poe Construction of Work. Rooms in Neon Space. Deckard Electric Singularity. Big Chalice, I wonder if you'll ever speak again of the bucket after using it for a week or two. I know. I know. I know. I mean, I'm really not worried about that side of van life. Maybe I should be, but that is not what I'm worried about at all. But yeah, probably I should be. The least of my concerns. But I'm sure things that I think are going to be a problem will not be, and things that I don't think will be a problem will be a problem. So it's very hard to predict. Roses, did you take off the hard drives off the wish list? No, I'll probably put them. I mean, I think it automatically went off, but I probably need to put it up soon. I mean, I'm okay for the moment, but I'll probably need to put some more on soon. Oh, hey, Sabertooth Tubi. Just saw your message. Oh, it Chills is with your niece. Well, hello. Hello, Chills' niece. Well, I'm not sure how old you are. You might be 20 years old, 30 years old. I was saying hi as if you were very young. You might not be. You might be older than Chills. Sometimes nieces and nephews are older than their uncles and aunts, right? I've seen that before. So something about the word niece, it just sounds young, but you know, there are people who are 80 years old who are a niece of somebody. I'm a nephew. I have uncles. I'm a nephew, and I'm pretty old. Okay, she's 2. Okay, good. And she's not in the room, but if she's 2, she probably doesn't understand what I'm talking about anyway, unless she's incredibly precocious. Media says add loop paper. All right. That way, Chad got you covered. I forgot about that. Yeah. Think basic necessities. Yeah, you're right. I should add that on. Yeah. Big Charles says, please, sir, please open those suspicious bags. Yeah. You don't want me to open those. Trust me. Trust me. I was looking at, you know, a lot of the higher end vans, they'll get compost toilets. But they're really expensive. They're, you know, $500 to $1,000. And I don't think, even if, I mean, there's no way I'm going to spend that kind of money on a toilet unless I'm rolling in money, which maybe in 10 years, I don't know. Probably never, right? The way things are going in my life, probably never. But even if they did, I don't think they would fit in my current van build plan. It'd be 1 inch. Yeah, it'd be a 1 inch that would prevent it. I don't have enough vertical space where it would go. Well, actually, yeah, there's no way it would fit. No way it would fit. Okay, because I think they have, the compost toilets, I don't think they can move. They have to be locked in place because they have a ventilation fan or something. Did I miss everything? Okay. Let me shout out some other titles. Soda. I spoiled my son and hit him with ice cream. Blue tumbleweed in a mudslide. Forget it. Close all programs. Big Child. Onion of the Rings. Staffy. Bringing it back. Jazzy. Grinding my fifth gears. Typhoid Queen Rosen. Generalities. Beauty makes me lose control. Loud bearing walls. Soul vibes. Move forward. Zopath. Esophagus of the Sylph. Soul of Maz. Everything is possible in the multi-stream. Botsky went from Tunley Brisky Arbrowski to Tunley Drinksky Skiba. Tunley Drinksky Botsky. Tunley Drinksky Botsky. Oh, and media makes me lose control. Alumutitia. Do you say, those of you in Europe, do you say aluminium or aluminum? In the UK, they say aluminium, right? Or is it a totally word entirely? I mean, I like aluminium. It sounds... Aluminium? Anyway, okay, so aluminium frame. I think aluminium. It's hard to. It's a little hard to say. I have to work practice one. Aluminium. Aluminium. It's really tough. Okay. Yeah, we spell it different, yeah. Big Child says aluminium in Germany. Aluminium. Oh. Just call me Old Man Frame. Yeah, I think the way Rosen wrote it is easy to say. Aluminium. But alumutinium. Alumutinium. There we go. Alumutinium. Alumutinium. There we go. Alumutinium. It is a serious tongue twister. I don't know why it's alumutinium. Pieces, it comes from alumina, so the correct spelling can be debated. It's in this Pope. Break this tie. Erebus. Chose what? Electric Singularity. And that's Deckard. Thank you, Deckard. I'm using some of this stuff. Aluminum, aluminum angle to so I've got these heavy batteries, and I'm gonna have them sitting and locked in place with this, and there's also gonna be straps around them, which in a high-speed crash will do nothing, but There's also a piece of wood that's going to be in front of them. Multiple, I mean, and eventually drawers. So so they would do damage to other things, not me probably. But anyway, but I had to cut one of these today, and I wasn't sure if my blade was going to cut this, But I didn't want to make a special trip to this metal shop that I have access to now. And but I lucked out. My saw did not damage me in the process. I mean, I will say the cuts were not the nicest, straightest cuts in the world, but they'll be sufficient. Can we play the Aluminium in a song? Yeah, I wonder if you could turn that into an instrument. Would I consider myself a handyman? Absolutely not. No. No. That's not where my skills lie. No way. Boo Boo says, handy kid. Kappa. Yeah, I wonder with one of these. I don't have any of these aluminium bars in here. I might start saying aluminium. It's just more fun to say. But yeah, I wonder if you could turn it into a. Okay, just a second. Let me get these. I was hoping that if this hole was a little bigger, I could put a mouthpiece in there. But yeah, so I don't know. Trying to play it like a flute. No. Yeah, I don't know. But this is heavy duty. I wonder if it amplifies the sound. Doesn't sound particularly nice, but Fares says you can call it the dying elk flute. Yes, that's a good characterization of the sound. You can insert almost anything after the dying part. You know? No. Okay. Pieces. Do you have an aluminium hollow tube there and a small magnet? No, I don't. No. Oh, I do have some magnets, but I don't have a tube. Because I was thinking more in a percussive way. I mean, that would destroy drum any sort of thing you hit. You know, I mean, that's this thing about a metal baseball bat. That's what this is basically. I am pretty pleased with that my sliding desk is working. Right now it's pretty dangerous, but I'm gonna make a few changes, minor changes to it before it, you know, the final version of it. But it slides so well though, which makes me optimistic that my plans for the sliding instrument rack is going to work as well. Although I'm using a slightly different concept for that. Okay, let's see. Pieces, you know, aluminium is it's not magnetic. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Now I know. Yesterday I was learning about, or no, it's a couple days, not yesterday. I learned how to use a multimeter. I'd never used one before. Or no, I guess I'd used one a long time ago, but I definitely forgot how it works. And I tested the batteries. Well, 2 of the 3 batteries just to verify that they have voltage to them. The ones I just got, and they do. So that's good. Okay. Drum kit. Yeah, for some reason, Blue, mine doesn't beep. Pieces, do not put in current mode in accident. I did make that mistake, but nothing happened, fortunately. I might have destroyed one of my batteries, though. Let's see. Lemon face breakbeat kit. But now I know to be more careful. What exactly does it do in current mode? Does it actually... Roses... I don't think I did. I think it's okay. I would have destroyed the multimeter, not the battery. Right? Blue says the short circuit instead of an open circuit. Yeah, when I do continuity, it shows things. He says use current mode in series. Right. So the mistake that I made is I thought I was measuring voltage, because I thought it was pointed at voltage, but it wasn't, because there's the way the dial is, and I had measured some other ones, and I don't know why I thought I put it back to voltage. They say I always put it back to voltage, and I didn't. So I had it on 10 amps, and I put the positive on the positive terminal and the negative on the negative terminal, and nothing happened. I'm alive. And later I did check the voltage, and there's still voltage, so hopefully so I don't know exactly what I did. What did I do? So I had, does anyone, is it dead short to ground? Also, don't put it on resistance mode. Okay, lemon face. Bluetooth makers and multimeters anticipate exactly that issue. Okay, good. So I might have blown the fuse for that. Okay. Yeah, that was the video that I watched about it. That's what I remember them saying that. Okay, beats. Loop edification. Okay, and then we got clipping mask. Got our beats. Okay. Sounds. Class of liquid luxury. Exotic metals. Ethereal ear spice. Brucosmology. I wonder how Brucos is doing. Fat Albert. He says, like Big Child said, most multimeters have a different physical input for a current. Well, I do have two positives. The top one says 10 ADC. And the bottom one that says V, is that omega? Lowercase m, uppercase A. And then too sweet to be wholesome. He says the top is for current, A like ampere. So basically I did nothing. Which is good. Okay, yeah, I'll pick which sound starts the improv. He says, you know first aid? Not a lot. No. I've had on my to-do list for 5 years to take a first aid class. But I'll at least watch some YouTube videos. I know it's not the same, but that's a good suggestion. I'm gonna write that down. I'll watch some YouTube first aid. Try not to get queasy. Where do I put my... Where's my list? Oh, the brain stopped working. Watch video on first aid. Is the lights not going to open? Is this a thing now? Oh, and I use it. Oh, yeah. So this program I use in the PC that's part of Tubi has started doing weird things recently. And you know what? I'm not going to try to fix it because I only need it to work for 2 more shows. It's not even worth trying to fix. But what it means is I'm not getting alerts for some things, and my chat isn't working, and it's not loading the light show. Oh, I see why. It's because it's paused. That's weird. Limitless Memories I used as a lyric from Rosen on the last song. Oh, and thanks to Jazzy for a 18-month sub, and Aluminium Frame gifted a sub to Soul Vibes. Thank you. Oh, and hey to Watch It Works and Amp Mods. I said hi to anyone else. Rose says, when will light show end up being after light show? I don't know what that means. Can you rephrase that? Jazz says you shouldn't get queasy watching first aid. Some of them use dummies to show how to perform various procedures. The rest of them use mannequins. Oh, I might still get queasy. No, I'll be fine. Rose, what will happen if the light shows are no longer used to be like the early days? Yeah. I mean, it's gonna look very, very informal, I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's probably going to be, things take time. It's probably going to take as long as 6 months to 9 months to get into, sort of figure out what's happening and have something that I sort of stick with. But at first, assuming, I mean, I don't know, we're going to see. It might be extremely frustrating to try to do shows in the van in September with the chaos that's going to be in there. I'm not sure, but I'm going to be out of here. I'm not going to I don't think I'll do shows in here after that, after August 30th or whatever the day is. But probably in the van, if it's a huge hassle for me to switch from indoors and outdoors, we might just do the indoor shows in the van. in which case it'll just be me sitting in front of the windshield will be behind me, and there'll be no lights, or there'll be minimal lighting, and yeah, so it'll be a very different vibe. Big Giles, could you have a filter that adds the light show video to the camera? Well, the reasons the light show is not going to be right away are a number of reasons. One is that the light show program I wrote on a PC, and we're going to be just on one computer in a Mac. And theoretically, it's a cross-platform application, so it might work. But it does take up a fair amount of processor power. I don't know yet if I'm going to have the processor power to run it while I'm also doing, Twitch and OBS broadcasting. And then the third issue is I don't know if I'm going to have the electrical power for the projector. But I don't like how green screens look in music performance. Or at least I shouldn't say I don't like it. I mean, for my musical performance, I don't like green screens for music. I'll say that. So I like the actual light being projected. So I'm only going to do the light show if I can do it with a projector. But I think there's a very good chance that eventually we'll figure it out with the projector. But it might take a while, Why did that not load? Just adding it, not green screen? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean superimpose it on top of the image? I'd be more open to that idea, where it's sort of the opacity, it's layered on top of me. I'd be more open to that potentially. Because I think that looks better than a green screen. Yeah. So because I've used that effect before on some YouTube stuff. Yeah. So yeah, maybe. I think it might be tiresome on every single video that superimposed because it does. But yeah, that might be. Yeah, that's a possibility for sure. Yeah, thanks for I've used that effect before. I just totally forgot about it. But that's a possibility. Yeah. But again, I don't even have. I'm gonna have to transfer the software. Another thing that's on the PC is the credits on screen during songs. I don't know if anyone realizes this, but those credits on screen, they don't show if something isn't playing, right? So if it doesn't show a sound, if that sound isn't being used at that moment. I went to a lot of trouble to make that work. It was one of the first things I coded 6 years ago. Because an OBS sends, Ableton sends information over UDP. Is that how it does it? I forget how it works exactly, but anyway, that's not gonna work right away either, because I have to move that from the PC to the Mac, and it might be tricky. Send this Pope. Exotic metals. Jazz, I made a little web server thing that hosts page specifically to be OBS source. That's how Jazzy, yeah, that's how almost everything you see on screen is. Almost everything on screen is web pages. Yeah. But the on-screen credits were before I started doing that. That was because it was probably a year into it that I started doing web pages on, and so it's actually screen capture. But if it's something that doesn't work instantly, the current version, then I might rewrite it as a web page. Well, the reason, the problem with doing the web page is that the timing is not as, you don't have as much control over timing. It's not as reliable, in my experience. When you're trying to change what you see programmatically, at least in, whereas with the screen capture, it's, when I send a signal, it's an instant change. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of techniques to be more reliable, but the technique that I use to refresh is not, well, because I think it's because, so I'm not using hooks or anything. I'm literally just, I have a little file that the web page checks to see if it's changed. So that's not a very efficient way to do something when you need something that's fast, right? Because it's going to only check. It doesn't make sense for it to check every 10 times a second or anything, right? That'd be a waste of processor power. So it only checks every second if the screen needs to be updated. So that wouldn't, I would need something to be faster than that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, and Jazzy, I've never worked it with webhooks, so I don't, yeah. So I'd have to learn how to do it. But it would be useful to know how to do webhooks because seems like there's so many. OBS works better with webhooks, I think, and there's so many. Twitch is better with webhooks. I just don't really have time to learn it right now. I'm not going to miss moving the keyboard every song. But I'm already tired of switching from outdoors to indoors in the van, and I haven't done it once. I already know I'm tired of it. It'll be worth it, but I already know. I'm already done with it. But we'll do it whenever possible because it'll be awesome to be outside. Okay, here we go. Receiving a UDP. Yeah, I use UDP for a lot of stuff. So I have experience with UDP, just not webhooks. Here we go. Time to etc. Thanks for those cows. You frozen? Oh, so Ma's name to sound makes good instrument. Man, what? I think I need to get a new water bottle. This drips on me every single time. He says when you did the tuning with aluminum, did you sort of blow sing because it was in key and stuff? Well, I didn't sing. I'm just buzzing my lips like I'm playing a trumpet. So, you know, you can buzz your lips, you can get any pitch you want. Right? The thing is, when you're playing a brass instrument, and the specific length of the tubing or the way you have the valves, they're gonna sort of have frequencies that sound better than other frequencies. So, how to explain it? So like any instrument, brass instrument or tube is going to have certain places where it just locks in, the pitch locks in. It's sort of just the perfect length for whatever you're doing. But you can play in between where those notes lock in, and it's not going to be as rich of a sound. And probably the best example of this is this. Let's see. Hopefully it's not too loud. It's really loud, isn't it? Is that crazy? I'll just try to mute it. So that pitch right there is sort of the pitch of this instrument, right? There's really just one note that is that full, rich sound. But I can bend the note and get anything, almost anything, but it's going to be a thinner sound because I'm not playing sort of that natural frequency of the instrument, you know? But again, you can hear the difference between that and this. So, that one note is really nice sounding. The other notes are not as nice sounding, but you can do it. So I was just doing that same thing. It has its sort of natural note or two that sort of work, and I had to bend using my lips. So it says thanks. My cat and I hate it. Hey, Cobro. He says much more harmonics, yeah. He says your lip buzzes are epic. With a little modification, you could turn those into killer kicks and basses for beatboxing. Okay, let's see titles. So to the sound of a dead stone. Josie, futuristic color scheme. Jazzy days of future past. Aluminium frame, fool for a fuel. Rose says the pitch of the trombone is adjusted by sliding the, well, it's called the slide. Yeah, it's sliding the slide. But it's a combination of your lips and the slide. So there's 7 positions. I mean, it's a smooth, there's no clicks or anything. It's a smooth slide, but there are 7 positions that correspond with Western harmony notes. But there are 12 notes, right? Not 7, there's 12. So each of those positions can play more than one note. And it plays the notes of the harmonic series. And so by playing the notes of the harmonic series, you have a different harmonic series on each position. And so 7 positions then gives you all the notes you ever would want to play. And trumpet is doing a similar thing. You're using a combination of your lips and your fingers. Saxophone and flute is a combination. You know, you're doing with your lips and the fingers. You're controlling the pitch. But I feel like your lips play less of a role. No, they play the same role. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to add. Do I have to add an instrument? Okay, I'll add it. Okay, sounds. Okay, ET. What are we gonna call this? We're gonna spell it the European way. Aluminium bar. I don't think I'll ever do this again, but it's in the database. It has its own sound code too, OWM, but it's not going to be requestable. Okay. Is it on here though? It's not appeared yet. Include an instrument song viewer. Should be on here. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Wait. Find thunder. Oh, okay. Okay, there it is. Aluminium bar. What did I do? Just, Oh, I used some titles as lyrics. Bad Habits from Muti. Frozen by the Heat, Rosen. Rust from Zopath. Oh, thank you, Big Child. Thanks for the donation. Thank you. And Jerry with a sub. Thank you, 24 months. Says, love the music. Glad I'm back on Twitch to catch the shows live. Thanks, Jerry. Trumpet, Tine, piano, voice. Oh yeah, we had a raid from DeVolta. What did that have? Hey DeVolta, how you doing? How's life? Good to see you. Oh, I'm psyched you're streaming. Did you do a music stream? You caught what is probably the third to last show in the studio before I start doing stuff in the van. A music show, awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, welcome Raiders. DeVolta, we go way back. At least 4 or 5 years, right? Back when you had a different username. I don't think reverse raids are working. The code I wrote, I think it broke and I haven't had time to fix it, but chat, please go follow DeVolta. If you haven't already. I'm pretty sure I'm following, but just in case. DeVolta, when's your next stream? Wayne can chat, check you out. Shout out some other titles. Pierre with Mother of All Loops. Brooms, Cybertronic Glaciers. Big Child, Alternating Permutation. Staffy, These Ruts. High Medium Frame. Gravity Can't Keep Me Down. Soul Vibes, Ghost Town. Zopath. As Andromeda sweeps the Milky Dust, as Andromeda sweeps the Milky Way for dust. Cobra, you had some sounds, right? Where's your... Sorry, Cobra, can you paste in the code? I can't find where you put your codes. Can you paste it in the chat again? Oh, thanks so much, Jerry. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you. Thank you. Honor for Jerry. Thank you. Thank you. So Cobra, this is your CXJ. This is a drum kit. And then WZL. And then it disappeared. Just this. Okay. Whew. Let's end this poll. Days of Future Past. Jazzy's named it. Thank you, Jazzy. First request to type. Bert Poe's first drum kit. Oh, you know what? I might not have all the on-screen stuff working right away either. There isn't an easy way to move OBS cross-platform, so it's grown like a weed garden, my OBS broadcasting setup, so it might be just as well that I have to clean it up, simplify it a little bit. But yeah, I think what I'd like to try to do is, we'll do, the show's not done. I make it sound, we still got at least, we'll do 2 more songs, right? How many songs have we done? Yeah, 2 songs. So yeah, my tentative plan is we'll have a normal show on Saturday and maybe on the 30th. That doesn't give me a lot of time, but and then maybe on Thursday the 1st, maybe we'll do just a talk stream in the van. And then on the 3rd, maybe a music stream or a talk stream if I'm not ready yet with the music stuff in the van. You slowly build the shows. Well, that's what's gonna happen. That's definitely what's gonna happen, Muty. Because like I said, I'm not gonna have the light show right away. There's lots of things that aren't gonna be there. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. But there are certain things that might make it impossible to do the show right away. any part of the show. I'm not sure yet. But we'll probably, we'll try to do talk streams if possible. Yeah, Rosa, once I have a better idea, but right now it's tentative, so. But I'll probably put a thing on social media saying these are the last 2 shows in the studio. I could potentially see having to do a show in here, but it won't be a normal show. Once I make the switch in terms of setup, I'm not going to be able to do this setup anymore. Even if I stream in this room, it's going to be the end of this setup with the light show and all the... Once I switch to a 1 computer setup, there's no going back, which means no light show for a while. Drum kit, broken beat kit. Is this real? There's our first beat and chills. Will I post episode 8? No. No. It is not ready. It won't be ready. There's a chance that I'll do it in early September, but there's also a chance I'm going to wait until October. OWM? Sound OWM. Play the OWM. I was like looking up OWM. OWM. Is what you miss most and least from studio life? I mean, right now I don't feel like I'll miss anything. But yeah, I don't think I'll miss. But I mean, in terms of, I mean, I'm really sick of this current setup. It's just too. I'm looking forward to a simplified setup, you know, with just one computer with a lot fewer cables. There's so many cables running right now, most of which are no longer relevant now that that stopped working. But they're still all running, you know. And today when the MIDI didn't work, I was like trying to, you know, I just couldn't even find the cable. There's so many. There must be 30 or 40 cables in here, 50 maybe. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to. I think the only thing I'll miss is the Tine piano, you know. And I think I'll be able to bring down. I mean, I'll have space to bring it sometimes, but I just don't know if I'm physically in shape enough to deal with the Tine piano, because I'll have to lift it up, and it's so heavy. Rose into episode 7.5. No, I don't think it makes sense to do Tommy until I can do lots of episodes. Basically, I think. I mean, I don't regret doing 7 episodes already, but from a strategic point of view, it's not very useful to do those episodes. Were not very useful. They were useful in terms of me experimenting and building up my skills, but in a strategic sense, you can't do 6 episodes and then stop producing, right? That doesn't work on social media. So yeah, but we'll see. I mean, if the top priority still remains getting the van to the point where I don't have to think about the van build on a daily basis, and I'm probably going to be in this situation till the end of September. I'm going to be still just trying to get the van to the point where I can just think about Tommy, just think about Etc. Kid promo. Yeah. Your Beautiful Life. Electric Stage Mark II. I have to look up. Oh, it's just too tall. The time piano is just too tall. Man, be cool to. Someday I would like to make the time piano MIDI, so I can use the time piano to play anything. You know, synths, whatever. But it's too tall to fit in the narrow little space in the van. So that wouldn't work. Quasar's venting. Because I think you need to execute your vision as you see fit. Just don't fall same pitfalls, do some well thought out promo. How are those pesky ideals still got them? Yeah, the ideals aren't going away, unfortunately. Viking to the Jungle. Audience capacity feed. Oh yeah, I glued the glasses. Yeah, super glue. But I ordered some glasses today because, you know, super glue, I can't fold the glasses up anymore, and you know, once you start having to glue your glasses, they're towards the end of their life. But I didn't have the energy or time to be looking for different kind of frames, so I just ordered the exact same frames that I have now. I spent a little more money than last time. I don't know if I got because I got UV lenses, which maybe was a waste of money, but still the glasses were $20, I think, with the lenses, which is pretty inexpensive as glasses go. I ordered 2 pairs actually. I ordered a special pair of driving glasses because there was no way to get a contact lens prescription that was perfect for me. We tried so many different combinations, and the one that feels the best is a lower power, so I can't see quite as far, but I can see better close. So what I did is I ordered these driver glasses. I'm still legal to drive with the contacts, but theoretically, the drivers, I'll put them on and I'll have amazing long vision, you know. So I 2 pairs of glasses. Spoop. Rose's UV lenses, not the ones that change outside. They just protect. They just protect your eyes from UV. So they don't change colors or anything. Like they don't like sunglasses. They're just the lens are coated with something to protect. And I figure I'm going to be outside so much more than I am now. That it's probably a good idea. I don't know. It's probably a waste of money. Who knows? Y'all big which sound starts the improv. But yeah, things are going to be pretty chaotic until the end of September, I think. And then they'll start getting more normal over the course of October. And then I think by November, December, I should be fully sort of out of this room. And sort of fully van. But yeah, I've got to sell and get rid of a ton of stuff in here and put it in storage. You know, the thing is, storage units, you know, whenever you get a storage unit, you have to think in your mind, is the cost of this storage unit more money than what I'm putting in the storage unit? You know, like if I'm gonna have this storage unit for a year, and it's gonna cost $600 or $1,000. Is what I'm storing worth it? It's on this bowl. Oh, and Aluminium gave a sub to, or did I already say that? To Cobra. Thank you. Title inspires, sure. What are our sounds again? Okay. We haven't done this one in a year and a half. It's called Three Names. Create a person with a first, middle, and last name. Like the example I have is Walter Wendell Whippersnapper. 3 names. I think we've only done this once before. South Ave says, my experience is always just better to sell, rebuy stuff later. Storing stuff doesn't work too well. Yeah. I pretty much agree. Because that's why I was doing the math in my head, and the things that I might put in storage, like, it's not going to add up to $600. But it's very, it's very hard rationally to sort of to be rational about it, because it just feels like, man, I'm throwing away all this stuff. But or just given to Goodwill, but it is the logical thing. I have almost no big thing. I mean, I have one big thing that I have a hard time letting go of, and it's that file cabinet thing you see, with all the Tupperware things in it, because that's a vertical cabinet, and it's very difficult to find those. Very difficult. Easy to find pull-out drawer, but this kind of thing, very tough. Rosie, be willing to sell anything to chat? I don't know. I feel a little weird about that, but no, it's not $600 a month. $600 a year. I mean, a storage unit's like, $50 a month. Somewhere, I don't know. It's like it depends what you get. 25 to 75 a month, I think. Right? Does that sound about right to people? Oh, the roads. The roads is a big thing I need to store. Okay. Let's break this tie. So it's 3 names. That's the title inspiration. Optional. Here we go. Time to etc. Man, I keep putting the keyboard in the wrong place. No, that was a mistake. Whatever. Well, I'll just stay here. Thank you for those calps. Oh, we had some donations. Thank you so much. I don't know if I can see them all, but it looks like one from Soda. Thank you, Soda. Soda writes, Wiggity Swooty. Thank you, Soda. A donation from Staffy. Thank you, Staffy. Staffy writes, Poe, hashtag sound theme. Did you mean to write hashtag Poe? Hashtag sound theme? Maybe you did. Let me see. Oh, you did do. No, you did do hashtag. You did. You got it. It didn't show up on one of my screens, but you did. And another donation from Staffy. Staffy says, feel like playing golf? 4. Amuta gave a sub to Chills. Thank you. Hey, Andy, how are you? Oh, thanks, So of Maz. Thank you so much. Donation. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh, and Soa wrote, just inspired. Okay, titles. Chat was making up names for titles. Oh. Staffy was Staffy John Jones. So of Maz, first, middle, last. Muty is Buddy and Motion. Rosewood, Templeton, Armiton, Glusen. Okay. What do we have? Tine piano, flute, and melodica. Let's shout out some of the titles. We have Red Bugs and Rice, Justin Nick of Time, Soda with The Boy Who Took the Picture at a pile of broken dishes at his feet. Broom 17, Robin D. Banks. Big Child with He Could Do It, He Would, But He Doesn't. Typhoid Queen Rose and Piled Up Aluminum. Soul Vibes, Ham and Cheech. Zopaf, Paperboy Jimmy. Staffy, Gorgon Freeman. So of Maz, Pritchard T. Penny Puncher. Aluminium Frame, Arnold Norman Frank. Oh. I think once I install the electrical system, I might be tempted to sleep in the van because I'm going to be afraid to leave it by its lonesome with all that stuff inside of it. And I haven't figured out how I'm going to do curtains yet. It's tricky. I'm going to have something between, the plan is to have something between the front seats and the cargo area, but I can't figure out, it's very awkward. There's these big foam blocks, so it's not, you can't do a simple thing all the way across, or it'd be about a foot from the seats. You know, you lose a foot of space just to have a curtain. So it's going to be some sort of awkward thing where, you know, part of it's on a curtain and the rest is loose, and I sort of have to Velcro it or magnet it. Not sure. Big Johnsons, could you mount them with magnets? Yeah. So yeah, that's what I think. But it's a little awkward stuff. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Is the part that I can hang, I'll hang, and then there'll be flaps that fold out with magnets or Velcro. I want to use the insulation as a curtain because it's, you know, the biggest heat loss is going to be through the windows. So if I can sort of separate the cab from the rest of the van, that would be nice. I'm gonna have a lot of storage space, I think. Not right away, but ultimately, it's gonna be the equivalent of about. I think it's gonna be about the equivalent of 3 or 4 4-drawer filing cabinets. You know, that's a lot of space. I'm telling myself that. And he says use Tubi as curtains. Hey, Rage. Garlic Press, how you doing? Okay, let's see. Send this bow. I hope I can return all the I hope I can return my all that wallpaper I bought. Return or replace items. Let's see. I can. Good. Okay. I mean, it was a good idea in principle, but the other possibility is to try to spray paint these the wall panels but they're plastic. Are they some sort of plastic material? And I put a little spray paint on earlier today. I will see how it looks, but I don't know if it's a good idea. So that shows how much you prepare to pare down, considering that sounds like a lot of space. Yeah. Well, I don't have a lot of stuff to begin with, you know. I mean, I know it looks like I have a lot of stuff in here, but the thing is, all of my clothes are in one drawer. Okay, well, it's not. I guess I have a box. Yeah. Just almost everything in this room I'm not going to bring. There's so little in this room that I'm bringing. But yeah, it's famous last words. I'm sure in 6 months I'll be hauling a trailer. You know, hauling a trailer, 2 trailers, and I'll have, you know, something on top of the van, and I'm gonna build storage underneath the van. I'm gonna put all the water in a water tank underneath the van. So you could always attach Muppets to the windows for insulation, and they would double as a cast for the show. I want to incorporate puppets eventually into Tommy. I want to make a puppet, but that'll probably be a year or 2 from now. It's not imminent. He says, "What is ramen's R value for insulation?" Send this bow. I got time for one more. Okay. Media says, can we go back to Ford after van is done and see how much they offer for a van with a dank aluminum frame? You need your section in the blue book. Did I tell y'all that Ford wrote me again? I definitely made the right decision to just get a van, because Ford wrote again, but I was looking at the forums and people were saying that they got the letters too, but they think it was a mistake because Ford has canceled all the orders. But yeah, so the odds are that Ford canceled my order. I ordered a new van because I couldn't find used vans. I ordered a new van 9 months ago, And basically Ford is just canceling orders in 2022. They can't build the vans. So the van that I got, if anyone doesn't know, is a terribly overpriced used van that's as expensive as a new van. That's the market we live in. They just cannot build vehicles. They can't get the parts. So yeah, I made the right decision. Buddy in Motion. I wonder how Buddy Nova's doing. Oh. Sorry, I'm just seeing your sound theme, Staffy. We'll have to save it because Tubi had already filled the request before I even saw it. But we can do that next show or whenever you want. But I can do Poe. I'll do Poe for you. Let's do Poe. But yeah, I spent what is it, 4 months waiting for the new van when little did I know I was never gonna get it. Let's do Poe. The reason it was so difficult to get a van was my deal breaker was I needed to be able to stand up in it. And it's extremely difficult to find those kind of vans. They're the highest demand vehicles. I think we finally hit it, but vans were the most appreciating vehicle in terms of number of weeks where the prices went up on used vehicles of any vehicle class. Any vehicle class, vans. I think it was almost 70 or 80 weeks in a row where prices for vans, a used van, went up on average from the previous week, which is just unheard of. Let's read The City and the Sea. The City and the Sea by Edgar Allan Poe. Lo, Death has reared himself a throne in a strange city lying alone, far down within the dim west, where the good and the bad and the worst and the best have gone to their eternal rest. Their shrines and palaces and towers, time-eaten towers that tremble not, resemble nothing that is ours. Around by lifting winds forgot, resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. No rays from the holy heaven come down on the long night time of that town, but light from out the lurid sea streams up the turrets silently, gleams up the pinnacles far and free, up domes, up spires, up kingly halls, up fanes, up Babylon like walls, up shadowy long forgotten bowers, of sculptured ivy and stone flowers, up many and many a marvelous shrine, whose wreathed friezes intertwine the viol, the violet, and the vine, resignedly beneath the sky. The melancholy waters lie, so blend the turrets and shadows there, that all seem pendulous in air, while from a proud tower in the town, death looks gigantically down. Their open fanes and gaping graves yawn level with the luminous waves, but not the riches there that lie in each idol's diamond eye, not the gaily jeweled dead tempt the waters from their bed, for no ripples curl, alas, along that wilderness of glass. No swellings tell the winds may be upon some far-off happier sea. No heavings hint the winds have been on seas less hideously serene. Below, a stir is in the air. The wave, there is a movement there, as if the towers had thrust aside in slightly sinking the dull tide, as if their tops had feebly given a void within the filmy heaven. The waves have now a redder glow, the hours are breathing faint and low, and when, amid no earthly moans, down, down that town shall settle hence, hell, rising from 1,000 thrones, shall do it reverence. The City and the Sea. It reminds me of this book. It's called the City and the City. But I don't know how to say this person's name, the last name, China Mayville. Oh, they made a TV series about it. But it's the premise of it is there's sort of two cities. They're investigating a murder. That's sort of the overall premise of the story is there's this murder investigation. But there are two cities that occupy the same space, and part of the cities are totally independent. They're not in the same space. But then there is a place where they're both in the same space, and basically you have to sort of pretend like you can't see the other city. You have to pretend you can't see the other people. It's a bit of an analogy, but it's a really interesting. I enjoyed the book, City and the City. I'd like to read more. I should read some more books by this author. See what they're about. See what. I just read that one. The City and the Sea. No, the City. It's the City and the City. I misspoke the first time. City and the City. By here, I'll paste it in. Drum kit. Progressive house kit. First up, Passy Tuesday. Busy? 4 is usually an A, right? Bassy? Oh, we should do a Moody Tuesday. I'm gonna keep this raw, I think. Cobro. Got our beats. Let's see. Moody Tuesday. I don't know why this popped in my head, but it's what popped in my head. Let's do it. Find an image of a scarecrow that best captures your current mood or state of mind. A scarecrow. Could be a photo, could be an image, you could generate something on one of the AI generators. Scarecrows. Aggressive. Then we have the Giddy Dungeon Master. And then Dumpquav. Jill says, how do I find an AI gen? Well, there's ones you can get on a wait list, but then there's some free ones, right, that are available right away. Did we get a dub yet? That's gamer slang for a win. I do not know my gamer slang at all. Oh, no, Staffy. No, I said I'd already filled the requests before I saw your donation. Yeah. So we'll have to do it. We'll do it whenever, on another show, whenever you're here. Bitch surround. But are there invites for Mid? I'm trying to remember how I'm on Midjourney, and I tried out Midjourney, but I can't remember how I got on it. Here's my critique of Midjourney. The way that I think the problem with sharing the grid images, where you show 4 images in one, I think it makes them less memorable. I think it is so, when we're confronted with multiple images at the same time. So I guess what I'm saying is I think the best way to share them to really have an impact is just to share one of the images. That's my personal reaction. I think it's just too much for my brain to process, to see 4 images right next to each other. As far as I think dub is also the bot. Yeah, I don't know. Dubstep, right? So it comes from reggae. Yeah, I don't know. And then we have zero thought process. I like that sound. That's nice. The object with sound starts the improv. Yeah, the van for the first couple weeks at least is going to basically be a tent with a mega electrical system. That's basically, and lots of internet theoretically. But other than that, it's basically going to be a tent. Because I'm not going to have a fridge or any sort of cooking stuff. So I mean, I really haven't thought this far ahead, but my tentative idea is I'm going to try to sort of go out probably 2 or 3 days at a time, and then sort of come back and forth here so I can start taking care of this room, and I can finish the van build as I sort of piecemeal over the course of September. So we might literally do a bunch of shows where I'm just parked in the driveway here. And I'm gonna have, I can't really show my location, so I'll have like a tarp covering the window, so it won't be very very stimulating visually. Ari says, who needs cookie stuff? Just get you a bow and arrow and some flint, live off the land. Maybe I'll get to that eventually. If I were to be, plopped into the middle of nowhere right now with my current skill set, I like to think that I would figure something out, but I would not bet on it. I like to think that my creativity, I'd come up with some unique solutions, but I would not be basing those solutions on any actual experience. But I think eventually I hope to be pretty, develop those skills over time for sure. I mean it's really an amazing. It's really amazing how it is getting easier and easier and easier to sort of live far away from civilization, and be a part of civilization as well, right at the same time, just with satellites and solar power, those two things, It's crazy. Varys just need money for gas and toilet paper, yeah. Isn't that what leaves are for, Faray? Just don't use the wrong leaf. Don't use the poison ivy. Oh, man. Ouch. Ouch. Faray says there's a guy following here that's totally off grid. Yeah. And he says you're essentially going to be a high-speed taxi testing the van like you would an aircraft. We need to get you an experimental sticker for the sign. Yeah, I think I've figured out the fake magnet I'm gonna get. Business mag. It's not gonna be a business, so I'm not gonna reveal it. I was thinking what I might do is it might be fun to every once in a while have a goal, and once someone hits, and anyone, or it's an unlock or something, if someone unlocks it, then I reveal the fake company that I've put on my vehicle and send it to the person who unlocks it, and then I replace it with a new one. Oh, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to have fake businesses that I use in different contexts to reduce the desire for someone to rob the vehicle, because the nature of what is on the vehicle is going to dissuade the average thief. They'll think, oh, there's probably somewhere, the vehicle next to theirs is probably better to rob than what's on this. Just to give you guys an idea, like this, I'm not going to do this one because it just sounds too fake. But one idea we talked about in chat a while back was a diaper recycling business or something like that, So it's going to be things along those lines that I'm hoping will. I mean, obviously when you have, if someone really is desperate, it doesn't matter what you put on a vehicle, they're gonna rob it, but. Fall race is nothing like getting a sore booty from using the wrong plant. When I used to hunt and had to, I would go home with one less sock. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Jazz says, centuries and centuries of man coming together, building monumental cities, skyscrapers, so many different ways of bringing everyone together. And we are now working on trying to get away from all that we have made now. Good going, humanity. The music says, haven't trees suffered enough? Let's see. Garlic presses, paint the van like a giant Claymore mine with flashing lights that go off at random times when you touch it. Blue says skunk catcher. Yeah, I was actually using Midjourney to try to come up with images for this fake business, this first one I'm going to get. But you can get, I mean, you get 2 foot sign, 2 foot by 1.5 foot signs you put on the driver and passenger door, that are magnetic and I don't know if it'll make a difference, but as far as we having a fake don't rob me contest, yeah. I mean, I'm going to get robbed. It's not an if, it's a when it's gonna happen. But anything I can do to delay the inevitable. It's just a part of life. I've had a house I lived in was robbed, 2 vehicles. I've had windows smashed and things robbed. Well, fortunately, I've not lost anything in those vehicles. Other people did. Unfortunate for them. Fortunately for me, I didn't. No, did I? No, yeah, nothing. I didn't get anything stolen, I don't think. Oh, and the second one, I did get some film stand, some camera stands got stolen. No, but my strategy, most of the chats heard me say this, my strategy is to, I'm going to leave out stuff that the thief are going to think I don't want to get stolen. I'm going to have a laptop and a camera that I'm going to have very accessible. And hope that they assume that that's the only laptop and the only camera in the van. And don't have the time or patience to go to the amount of trouble that they're going to have to go to actually find where they are. That's the theoretical hope, but that doesn't work if they steal the whole van. Which is why I'm never ever going to leave the van. Ever. Ever. Okay, let's see. So that if the van gets stolen, they steal me also. And I'll still be with the van. Zero thought process. So it was Andy's message? And he says 2 will scare the living out of the robber, yeah. Doug says you need to make Tubi animatronic with a motion sensor. Rose, I thought kid was arguing to use Tubi headless. Yeah, Tubi was headless sitting in the front seat of the van for about 2 months, and then 2 months. I haven't had the van that long, have I? For about a month, and then I had to take it out. Yeah, but I feel like that's gonna. It looked a little bit like there was a headless body in the van. So normally that's probably not a good idea to do. Faris says, get something to do with the flower shop. Oh, that's a good idea. Carrie is a snazzy floor designer. We have a flower shop with a delivery van. It has sat at his shop for a year unattended. Worst thing that ever happened was it got tagged with spray paint. Who robs a flower delivery van? Don't leave anything out in plain view. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking I basically need something for when I'm in urban settings, in the city, where there's a lot of people, and that's a great option in the city. And then I'm going to have something for when I'm in rural areas that's different, because I figure if it's a van that has a business sign that doesn't make sense in the middle of nowhere, I think people are going to assume that it's not that business. So the thing I'm doing first is something that would maybe make sense in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, I was going to have 2 different businesses. One for, so that floral idea is a great idea. I had not thought of that. Forest is for real. You can't really pawn a bouquet of flowers. Yeah. And I was thinking I was going to have props. Not a lot of stuff, but that I could put in the windows to further, to further try to perpetuate the lie, the deception. So I could have some fake flowers, that you can't tell are fake unless you were to actually break through the glass, and but just like in the front seat, really sell it. That's the key. He says, how about a single sock collection? What about this? I mean, I'm laughing. I shouldn't laugh, but I'm thinking, is there like a business? How would you explain it in a few letters? It'd be something. I'm imagining your business is to go deliver somebody's ashes, to sort of to the place they want their ashes scattered. But I'm trying to think of how it took a lot of words to explain that, and I shouldn't be smiling about anything morbid, but I'm sure Chad could come up with some sort of pun. There we go, Andy. Andy got it. Ubern. Oh, Faria says you can hijack ashes. We've got your ashes. Give us $10,000 or we're going to sprinkle them in. I don't know, where would you not want your ashes sprinkled? What would be like a threat that, what would be the worst place to have your ashes? Or not your loved one's ashes. Faris says some crack would be like, I could make some money off this. I mean, this is really dark. This is very dark, but in the news this week, somebody was arrested for trying to, I think they were trying to buy or sell human remains. So it's not an abstract concept. Okay, on that note, okay, here we go. Oh, wow, the show's almost over. I've been talking so long. Flowers says, also with flowers, everybody knows you can't leave them in a hot van, so people assume they're empty at night. I mean, now that you say it, it's obvious, but if I were a crackhead, I don't know if I would have known. I don't know if I would, I mean, now that you say it, it's obvious, but I mean, if I were desperate and you hadn't said that to me, I might not think that through and still break in. And then realize I hit the jackpot because, in fact, it is not a flower van. It's got a soprano sax I could steal. Okay, here we go. Time to etc. for those scalps. Let's see. Titles. Every single time this drips. Where is it dripping from? We need a mop for the van. My floor is so dirty already, my van floor. I can't imagine when I'm actually living in and out all the time. I might have to have a no shoes in the van policy. No, I can't do that. That won't work. You'll always have to clean every day. Andy with catalytic converter glitter bomb. Far 8 1000 with possum rescue. Brooms, the Marionette Screams. And one more. Red Bugs and Rice with the pun, robbed zombie. Roses could also have everyone take their shoes off and clap them. I don't think I'm going to have many visitors. It's not a big space. It's mainly whether I wear my shoes. Yeah, it's not a big space. As far as some epic fake businesses, yeah, I saw them for in your titles, right? Yeah, yeah. I'll do some shout outs in a moment of other titles. Be a Tine piano, right? As far as I want to make sure you had a ways to refer to. Oh yeah, Queen. Okay, let me shout out some titles. Chilsy, step it up. Red Bugs and Rice. If I stole you once, I stole you 1,000 times. And he puts the crime in coconut. Well, soda brainworm. Rosen breathing amongst the stars. Solvai's parties at midnight. Staffy's ZZ stolen laptop. ZZ stolen laptop. Soul of Maz, flesh-eating virus transport company. Muty Ash, me anything. Fare with inmate transport. Yeah, I should paint the van so it looks like I should put a fake prison name on it. You know, this would not work. I mean, this would get the authorities look into the vehicle, but maybe other people not. But the name of a fake prison, and maybe some bullet holes, and red, maybe some red paint on the side that you're not sure if it's paint or what it is. That might scare off some people. Andy says, if you pass this fan, you just beat a dead horse. Brooms with catastrophic magnificence. Hug Queen, let's go. Jazzy Ancient Tales from Nakashima. Fari says nobody wants it. Nobody wants anything to do with robbing something that can bring them back to jail. Yeah. I wonder if a bail bond would that attract. I mean, a bail bondsman might have things you'd want to steal, right? They probably, Okay, let's see. It's in this boat. And it's a tie. Break the tie. Hestia has chosen the Marionette Screams. Brooms named it. Meaty says, what about a mixer van like the streaming service? Nobody seems to notice that one. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't move over to mixer. Stav says live improv Tuesdays and Saturdays. That's what I should put on the van, right? That'll scare everybody away. Improv music inside. Experimental music, that'd be even better. Experimental improv. Redbugs Rice says, just put a sign on the side of the van, free hugs, just knock. That's so creepy. So creepy. Oh man. That's, if you're in the middle of nowhere and you see a van parked in the desert and it says that on it. Oh. Yeah. I would stay away from that one. I would definitely stay away. I mean, I'm gonna stay anyway. Redbugs Rice says, but would you knock? I would run. I've seen some of those this sort of social media viral things where someone has a they're wearing a sign or they hold signs free hugs, right, and it's usually sort of adorable, but it on the side of a van it's not adorable, that is or what about, so it says in huge letters, all may enter, none may leave. Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, the static was the computer. I heard it too. Yeah, so that's part of the record. It's part of the music now. Yeah. I'm just, it's just I'm pushing this computer. I hope we're gonna be okay once. I mean, it's gonna be running at least one more program, the broadcasting software, and then more programs if we're also doing the light show. It's a lot. It's a lot for one computer to do. I'm gonna probably have to slow down Tubi a little bit because I can reduce some system usage a lot if I slow down Tubi, which I'm probably gonna be buffered so much it won't matter. Our show is live from No Longer Here. We did 4 tracks: Electric, Singularity, Days of Future Past, Buddy, and Motion, and the Marionette Screams. Pierre's no worries, I'll speed up El Biero. Oh, thank you so much. We got a donation from Fall Rate. Thank you so much. Alright, says, thanks for the stream and the laughs. Was going to give some subs, but I know that Dono is instant access. Thank you. Glad I got to catch you on and looking forward to the future of the channel. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Fallrate. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Honor for Fallrate. Thank you. Thank you. Let's do our thank yous. This screen was generated just before Fara's donation, so it won't be on here, but thank you to our mod Tubi. Thanks to the raid from Devolta. Thanks donations from Fallrate, Staffy, Soda, Soo, and Big Child. Thanks Jerry for 1,000 bits. Thanks to the gifted sub from Big Child to Pete Mouse. Man, my Muty gifted to Chilsey and Cobro and Soul Vibes. 64 months for Fallrate, 18 months for Jazzy, 24 for Jerry, 29 for Staffy, 34 for Pierre. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. These fine folks you see on screen either named our tour, named our venue, named one of our songs, or made a request on one of the songs. Did I get it? We got Aluminium, Frame, Bert Poe, Blue Tumbleweed into Mudslide, Broom 17, Chilsey, Cobro, Decker, 4045, Only Big Child, Jazzy, Pete Mouse, Red Bugs and Rice, Soul Vibe, Staffy, The Bad Bags, Typo Queen, Rose, and Wow Soda and Zopath. Rose, is there any other news? I don't think so. So the plan is electrical for the next few days. Hopefully by the time I see you on Saturday, I'll be done with the electrical. Well done with what I'm doing now. The electrical system probably won't be fully done for several months, but And what else? The internet stuff's going to start arriving. So maybe if I'm feeling brave, well, that's probably about. If I'm feeling brave, no, I'm not feeling brave. I was going to say if I'm feeling brave, maybe I'll try to use my new internet setup, but I don't know. I probably won't do that. But I'm going to start testing the internet setup minus Starlink. I turned off Starlink and I can't turn it back on until the 3rd, or I'll get charged. I think for a whole month, so I want to wait till my billing's. I don't know how it works exactly. I heard some people say that as soon as you turn it on, you get. Anyway, so just in case, no Starlink yet, but I'm gonna have the cellular stuff, at least one of them, hopefully by the end of the week. But yeah, Saturday music show. The Saturday music show will be either the second to last or the last normal show in this room. The last show with the light show for the indefinite future. Last show with camera switching for the indefinite future. Last show with the on-screen credits for the indefinite future. Last show with the Tine piano for the indefinite future. Last show with the baritone that I almost never play anyway for the indefinite future. And I'm sure some other things I'm forgetting. Last show with a nice lighting setup for a little while. Not that this is that great, but it's better than what I'm going to have temporarily. Oh, last show with... Oh, no, camera 3 wasn't set up anyway for a while. Oh, good night, Fall 8. Take care. Jazz says you better bring kazoo. I'll bring the kazoo, yeah. Oh, commissions. If I can do music shows, we can do commissions, yeah. But it should be... I mean, my goal is... If I can, on September 3rd, do a music show in the van that's normal. I mean, normal-esque, meaning there's requests and stuff. But I'm not going to have any instruments, probably. But yeah, theoretically, if I can do a music show, then we can do commissions. If I do a looping request show, then we can do commissions. But I'm sure by the worst case, I'm sure by the end of September we can do commissions. Yeah. You guys remember to order the venue and tour handling? Oh yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, I probably won't worry about it for a little while, but yeah, it's still too much for me to think about. But thank you for reminding me. Yeah, once I get a little more settled, we'll start thinking about some ways that El Biero can help out with offline Tubi. Yeah. Good night, Jazzy. Yeah, like I said on Discord, I'm changing the subject, but this is sort of a non sequitur. But my tentative plan, probably not till October, but we'll do the most crazy stream schedule where on the days we have music shows, I'll start out with an IRL Tommy Pneumatic stream on YouTube. And then Tommy Pneumatic will raid Etc. Kid on YouTube for the first hour of the music show. And I'll simulcast that to... Oh, and I'll simulcast both Tommy and ETC Kid to their respective social media channels on Instagram. Once I have enough followers, we will simulcast to TikTok. I need 1,000 followers on TikTok, so that's gonna take a while. I don't even think I have 1,000 followers on Instagram, right? I don't think I do. I think I'm like, and then finally we're gonna go to Twitch for the last 3 hours of the show. But I think what I'll do is I'll have Tubi running on Twitch, so those of you in the know can make your requests for the YouTube songs on Twitch. I'm not gonna spend the time to set up Tubi on YouTube. It's not worth the energy, at least for now. But the idea is to try to get some YouTube people to start watching Twitch. That's the goal. And same with TikTok and Instagram. I'm trying to get them to watch Twitch. Beers will only catch you on Twitch. I'm not consuming any live content anywhere else, but still 3 hours, so it's good. Andy says, Tommy, pneumatic will err on the side of caution. Roses, can you have Tubi as a mod? We'll figure it out. I'm not really worried. I'm not worried that we're gonna have lots of people. Unfortunately, which makes moderation not that difficult to deal with. But no, I will not have Tubi as a mod on YouTube because I don't want to spend any time on YouTube API or anything unless I decide that YouTube's going to be that streaming on YouTube, unless I'm basically leaving Twitch. The only reason to do YouTube for streaming is to get people to come to Twitch. Unity Balance is at 981 on TikTok. I'll tag you when I go live to drive traffic. Congratulations. What kind of stuff are you going to do on TikTok when you go live? I mean, I'm not incredibly optimistic that TikTok's going to drive much traffic to Twitch, TikTok, or Instagram. I'm much more optimistic that YouTube is going to drive traffic. But it's worth trying. You do drawing and sketches? Yeah, the thing is, TikTok and Instagram for the most part, except with the exception of lives, which are definitely growing in popularity, but in general, the way people consume TikTok are, these 5-second to minute-long videos, which it's hard to drag people from that to thing that is 4 hours long, And he says the real traffic will come from Friendster. Yeah. Beauty says, can Bucket have own TikTok as well? And would it hurt too much if Bucket would get millions of followers? I'm trying to think what kind of content would the Bucket have? I mean, I'm open to this brainstorm. I'm just trying to think what could we have on the Bucket's channel? It could be, sort of that French kind of, that French style cinematography from the 50s and 60s. Or like Red Balloon. Remember Red Balloon? This sort of wistful, I don't know, cinematography where it's it's like Journey of a Disc Named Ernie, but it's the toilet, and it's just video of the toilet in different places. The journey of the. Although that's not gonna appeal to that many people. It would if I was sitting on it, but I think that would be a terms of service violation. Unibound says I'm more active on TikTok than Twitch. Yeah, TikTok. It's definitely they are on the rise. It's crazy. I've experimented a little with just I've spent time on TikTok and on YouTube Shorts just to sort of just compare. And man, TikTok algorithm is so far ahead of YouTube Shorts. It like a decade ahead. I mean, it's just you can't even compare the two. The algorithm is scary on TikTok. Because it's more subtle. I think it's more subtle is what makes it scary and makes the content more addictive. On YouTube, you watch one video about a subject and you immediately just see video after video after video after that subject. TikTok, there is some of that, but it's more subtle. They're doing much more complex, I think, comparisons of what you. Yeah. It would be like a guessing game. You can make the noise of how it rattles or describe something that's. Oh, that could be another transitional element. You know how I use the TV to transition on Tommy-O-Matic? The toilet could be another transition. You open the toilet seat up, and there's video inside of the toilet seat. I'll have to do that once. I'll do it once. I don't think that's gonna be a regular thing, but and then the camera sort of you start out you see the toilet normal frame, right, and the camera just sort of goes whoop, flips over. But then you see, I don't know, you see Old Man Frank's face, and then it zooms in to the Old Man Frank sketch. Unity Balance is because TikTok's able to throw so many shorts, they get more data. Right, but I'm comparing it, Unity Balance, to YouTube Shorts, right, which is directly competing with TikTok. And YouTube Shorts, the same thing. They're doing tons of shorts, but the algorithm just doesn't seem anywhere nearly as effective as TikTok. And I imagine the same is true of Instagram Reels. I imagine that comparing TikTok to Instagram Reels and Instagram Reels is way far behind. Now, that's not to say that they won't catch up. I hope they do, because it's, you always want competition between these services. You don't want one to dominate. But Blue says, my favorite part of the TikTok algorithm is a priest or something complaining it's all girls in skimpy bikinis. This app is sinful. It's like, dude, there's an algorithm gives you what you click on. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, okay, buddy. If you don't want to see them, all you have to do is scroll quickly as soon as it appears, and TikTok will stop showing you whatever it is. It's funny on TikTok how I haven't spent that much time on it, but it starts to. I've realized that there are things I'm interested in I didn't know I was interested in. Like, apparently, I like basketball because I don't watch basketball. Right? I mean, I did when I was much, much younger, but I haven't watched a full basketball game in probably 15, 20 years, And it's true. It's like basketball content comes on, and I guess I watch it long enough that TikTok realizes that I'm interested. What are some other things? I mean, and TikTok's all it's spooky. It's figured out. I without going into detail, let's say, how can I say this? I was part of when I was growing up, I was part of a somewhat niche community. That's all I'll say. And TikTok figured out almost immediately and shows me content related to this. It's just crazy. But I did. There are things that TikTok decided I was interested in, which I decided I don't want to be interested in this, even if maybe TikTok is right that there's, So yeah, as soon as I see it, certain things I'll just flip it, and TikTok stops showing it to me, Stabs it knows I like public domain art. It shows me old photos. I post some art it's shown me. Yeah, I feel, I honestly, I feel a little, I feel empty inside after I spend some time on TikTok. It's something about it, about the, I think it's just the endless scrolling, It just fakes, I think it makes, with this no commitment, just endlessly, what was that sound? I don't know. Just starts to feel, bounce. If you open a phone and video and throw your phone, it's the same as watching it. It just knows how long you take to scroll. Does YouTube Shorts have a scroll? It does. Yeah, YouTube Shorts has an infinite scroll. Yeah. Blue says you're always hoping for a better vid. Nothing is good enough. I don't know that it's, for me, it's not so much that necessarily. It's just that it never feels like you're going into depth, right? It's like meeting somebody for a minute, right? Having a conversation with somebody for a minute, and then talking to somebody else for a minute, and then talking to someone else for a minute. You don't ever feel really connected with the content, or like listening to a song for 10 seconds, or watching a minute long movie and then watching another one. I don't know. I think it's, and maybe it's just my age. It's probably just my age, right? I'm just not used to it, but I do feel that I get more out of longer form content, Bruce says, the other day I started watching a YouTube short, then spent 20 minutes scrolling through watching more of them. It's a dangerous place. Yeah, any infinite scroll is dangerous, especially if you have which I have I have attention issues, so it's easy to get stuck. He says, were you good at basketball? I was okay at basketball, but I was probably better at baseball. I mean, I stopped. Well, in the sport, the one I played the longest was in high school, was ultimate frisbee. But I played on the school basketball team in sixth grade and maybe seventh grade. So I was okay. I mean, I was relatively athletic at that age. I'm not athletic now at all, but back then. Balances. I get tired of all the self-help vids. My positive energy gives me on TikTok. Too many life coaches and ADHD help. Yeah, I get all the ADHD stuff. So much of it on TikTok. He says, what if we play frisbee golf across New Mexico with Bucket? I've never played frisbee golf on an actual frisbee golf course. I would like to someday. It looks fun. But yeah, frisbee golf, that's an idea. Disc golf, right? It's called disc golf. Excuse me. Frisbee is trademarked. Frisbee is a trademark term, and ultimate frisbee is just called ultimate now, because frisbee is trademarked. classmate of yours, Blue, is into disc golf. Stabs is Frisbee still trademark? Yeah, it's a company. There's a company that makes it. Yeah. So it's going to be trademarked forever. It's it's not like a copyright that will get out of copyright. It's as long as that company exists. I think it's Whammo. Whammo's the name of the company. Whammo owns it, right? Whammo owns the trademark for Frisbee, I believe. Oh, thanks so much for the raid card, Kraken. We're just hanging out and winding down, but thank you so much. How was your stream? Everyone go follow. Let me make sure I'm following. What were you doing today on your stream? Yeah, everyone go follow. Oh, thank you. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Card Kraken. Thank you for sharing. Oh, you do Magic the Gathering box breaker. I have a very tenuous connection to Magic. I never played as a kid or anything, but I for a while I was doing improv storytelling on Twitch, and I had this idea which did not work out, but I had this idea which I put a lot of time into. I was going to do improv storytelling with chat using the Ravnica world and using Magic Ravnica cards. I'm not confusing games, am I? I hope I apologize if I am. And so chat could request cards, and I would use the cards in the story. Yeah. Well, the issue is I needed it to work immediately at the time, or that's what I felt like, and it did not build an audience quickly enough, and I did not give it much of a chance. But because I was under a lot of stress, but I might try it again someday. I mean, I'm definitely doing improv storytelling again, but maybe I think I want to do some chat role playing stuff, and maybe we'll do the Ravnica again. But the reason I did that is because the company behind behind Magic and D&D, I forget the name of the company, Wizards of the Coast, right? They're really cool about people using their content. I mean, they retain trademark and copyright and everything, but they're not going to sue you for doing a live stream with that, or that's the way I interpreted their stuff. So I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that with most other intellectual property, but with Wizards of the Coast I felt comfortable, which is was really cool. Not many companies are going to do that, which is frankly really foolish of a lot of companies, because there's nothing like getting people invested in something when you let them be a part of it, versus saying no, you can only use the official version. Card Craig says, thanks for the follow. Keep watching for our marble races. That's your message I just followed. I'm just reading it. When's your next stream? When can chat hang out with you? Card Kraken says, probably next week a new set comes out and there'll be a lot to open. Nice. Yeah, I put in a lot of work. I read I think at least 3 different Ravnica novels, and I bought the Dungeons and Dragons Ravnica book to read through, and I did a lot of research. And then I think I only did it 2 or 3 times. But, we were getting almost no walk-in traffic, and yeah. Kraken says, really like your idea of the improv storytelling. Find the Magic the Gathering Twitch channel pretty bland. Yeah, I think I just probably needed to give it a lot more time, and I just didn't feel like I had time. I was scrambling to figure out something that would help me pay my bills. But the problem is I'm idealistic about everything, even if I'm doing it in part, even when I need to pay the bills, I'm idealistic about how I do it. Because I still believe in the idea, I can't do things just for fun. Unfortunately. Stav says chat controlled characters, yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this a month ago or so. One of the ideas that I did a lot of just straight up storytelling where chat would give me, it was like the music show but chat would suggest, this is before I even did the Ravnica, right? It was chat would give me, just invent the name of a character, they give me a setting, they give me objects, and then I just improvise a story on the spot. And we did about 100 of those stories. And I intend to do all that again. But with the role playing, what I was thinking of doing is when I do it again, is chat. When you're a member of chat, you can do three things. You can be a lurker, or just a chatter and not really be involved other than listening. Or you can be a player, or you can be a storyteller. And basically, people who are storytellers can submit ideas to sort of move the story along. Players are inside of the story, so a player can't suggest, oh, in the next town there's a dragon, right? That would be a storyteller thing. A player has to make a decision when confronted with the dragon, so to speak. We did a little bit of I mainly did stories where I take the request and I tell a story from beginning to end. But we did do some experimental stuff with where chat would periodically, during the course of the story, have to make decisions. And I have a lot of ideas to expand on that, but I sort of came to the conclusion, which is maybe not an accurate conclusion, but I came to the conclusion that it was going to take a long time and be very difficult to build an audience for that. But it's still part of my long-term plan. But I think the way I want to be able to do it is a situation where it doesn't matter if I build an audience, or it's fine if it's 5 of you hanging out with me. That's my preference. I mean, that's my preference for this show too. But my bank wants me to have something that makes money. Unfortunately, my life would be so much better, as would many of yours, right? If we didn't need to worry about that. But that's life. Roses and people could also flip between the roles. Yeah, people could flip between the roles, but they'd have to pick one for each show. Because I don't want people changing around. I want people to make a choice and invest in whatever it is they're going to be doing for that show. How long ago was this? I think most of the storytelling I was doing in sort of 2018 through 2020. Or 2009, it was 2018, 2019. I think we did about maybe 30 shows worth of stories. I don't know. Wait, can I figure this out? Story. Let's see, songs. Yeah, we did about 40, 45 shows. Yeah. Vosa Nathan says, audience put on Twitch is hard in every situation. Absolutely. For sure. I'm a great example of that. I've been on Twitch for almost 6 years. And we had more viewers 6 years ago than we do now. Let's see. Well, maybe not 6 years ago, but 5 3/4 years ago. Card Crane says, as far as I'm aware, no one's doing improv magic story time. Yeah. Because I remember when they were in an old studio. Yeah. Who was here for the very first story? Was there anyone here who heard the very first stories I did? I did a private stream on a different channel. Because I was very, I was apprehensive. I'd never done it before. And people had to ask to be invited. And then everyone who asked to be invited, I invited. I did 2 stories. I vaguely remember one of them. But the story, the stories are part of our. I don't know if it's going to work for me to play music for that much longer in my life, right? But the storytelling, I know I can do the rest of my life. And that's one of the reasons I haven't felt the urgency to keep it going, is because I know that most likely it's going to be someday the only thing I'm doing. So I just really have tried to prioritize solving the music problem. He said, I think I was invited, but my brain is mushy. I can tell you what let's see, songs. Or I don't know if the very first stories might not even be in the database. I don't remember if I filmed it. I might not even have filmed it. I mean, I might not have recorded it for posterity. Yeah, they're not in the database. I don't even know if I can find them. I wonder if that's anywhere on a hard drive somewhere. But it looks like, yeah, it was in September of 2018, I think, when I did the very first stories. And the last story I did was... I told a story on a hike last summer. And that was the first story in 1.5 years. Is that right? Yeah. Remember, that was the stairs in the desert. That was Angry Chicken's request. Yeah. Man, I can't remember this story. This is one of the most recent stories, and I'm looking at the requests, and I have no memory of the story itself. It was a story called Earth, Wind, and Moon Lasers, and the character was Professor Calumny, an aging supervillain who wants so badly to take over the world but just can't remember why. And it looks like as the story was going, chat came up with a bunch of stuff. I guess for things that this villain did. Stole the very tip of the Luxor Pyramid in Las Vegas, switched the Egyptian pyramids around, carved his face into Mount Rushmore, turned the Statue of Liberty's torch into a mind control device to convince people to buy stocks in a shell corporation to fuel his evil enterprise. Man. He says, what about the glass heart? Oh, yeah, well, that was not improv, though. I mean, that was a story written in an extremely short amount of time, but that was not improv. These were all the improv from scratch. I definitely prefer improv from scratch because you can't edit it. I don't want to have to spend time editing. Music, you put an editor on your wish list. Salvador says, remember some stories where Chad wrote them a line at a time. Was that about the same era? I don't know that I don't remember my doing that. A line at a time. Yeah, I don't know that I ever did that. Mine was all verbal, telling, just spoken word storytelling. But I did do some stories where we asked, maybe what you mean is where I asked chat for ideas periodically. But I would still probably talk for 2 or 3 minutes in between each idea. I tried not to break the third wall. I mean, I tried to not leave the story unless we were going to take an intermission. But oh, thanks, Card Kraken. Thank you so much for the raids. Sorry we weren't doing music when you're here, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see, find someone to raid. Let's raid this guy playing guitar. Says he's improvising. Oh well. He's doing. I don't think I have time to make a request. Let's see. Let's raid. Trade this dance. It says the Vault. Feel good pop, rock, and dance. See what they're doing. Is Dom. Dom with Jack the Ant. Who could forget Jack the Ant? Oh yeah, Dom, you were at that show, the Old Pier. That's right, the Old Pier. That was the very first story. That was not even in the database. That's right, that's what it was. And the hot air balloon was the second story. Yeah, man, I would have never remembered that. Wow. How's it going, Dom? This is the second. Well, we got 2 more shows in this room, and then I'm theoretically, for the indefinite future, any show is going to be in the van, unless, I don't know, the van gets hit by a volcano, a flying volcano, and I have to stream out of a motel room or something. How have you been? Rooms is one of my favorite. The favorite Saturday was Meep and Moop conjoined alien twins who aren't on speaking terms. Because of their volcanoes in New Mexico, there are. Yeah. Do you remember, Muty, we did a hike last summer next to volcanic rocks? Dom's has been busy with work, but I'll stop in for the farewell show. Awesome. But yeah, I don't know if they're not active volcanoes. I don't know. I don't think they're active anymore. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Hope you all have a wonderful whatever comes next. Hope to see you on Saturday. Okay, let's do it. Okay, let me get the raid countdown started. Okay, take care, everyone. I'll see you soon.